So this login screen of Genshin was added to the game already to anyone who's missing on the knowledge, right? Kind of added to the game. This is not this location, that's the thing. There's a location that looks like a copy.
いいえ、あなたたちが来たタイミングはバービーの予言とほぼ一致してるわ。もっと遅くなるかと思ってたけれど。でも話の前に軽く何か食べてきたら？
Is hunger something that can be prophesized to?
違うの。私は耳がいいからパイモンのお腹の音が聞こえただけよ。
Of course not, but my hearing happens to be quite sharp and I heard Paimon's stomach rumbling a mile away. Paimon? Painom. Harabeko Peko Dakara. We ate all that salad, but it just felt like a bowl of green air.
安心して。魔女ともあろうものが遠路はるばる来てくれたゲストを空腹になんてさせないわ。さあ、クッキーもケーキも用意してあるわよ。
Cookie mo cake mo yoishite. Don't worry about that, I've got a plenty of cookie and cake and as you know, nothing bad ever happening to hungry traveler who accepted food from a witch. Yep. You don't find much happily on cookies and cake while gulping down tea. Strangely, no matter how much you eat or drink, the teapot remains half full and there's always a fresh cookie and slice of cake on your plate. We'll have to bring various next time.
ナタの北条の国のよく食べる女の子のことかしら。
よく食べる女の子
アリスから聞いたことあるわ。
の頭アリス。
とても面白いお嬢さんなんですってね。
とっても面白いお嬢さんなんですってね。Alice mentioned her to me once. Apparently she's a fascinating young, brave champion.
もし彼女が来てくれるのなら、お皿は3、いや、7枚は並べておかないとね。
I imagine if she were to attend one of our party, we'll need to set out 3, maybe even 7 plates.
もう無理だ。おいらお腹いっぱいだ。さあ、本題に入ろうぜ。
Lamina still smiling.
ごめん。
おいらは入ろうぜ。ごめん。
あなたたちはバービーが私に予言した課題を伝えるために来てくれたのよね。
Right, I gather you here to deliver my homework, the one that Barbie prophesized. So just now Barbie was...
いいえ、バービーと話していたのは別件よ。月の大異変のせいで水裏の術が狂ってし
The
まったんです。
moon's massive shift has knocked the hydromancy out of whack,
場所で修行するらしいわ。
so she needs to head back for a while to undergo a period of silent meditation.
その間、私が代わりにみんなの課題を見届けるの。ついでに
Well,
辞典に新しい課題を書き
while
込
she
む手
is
伝いもすることに
away,
なって
I
いるの
will
よ。
be taking over responsibility for everyone's homework. I also plan to help her add the next round of homework to the dictionary.
担当者ってそんな簡単に変えていいものなのか？
担当者か。そんなことないの。いいことなのか。Well, if anyone can do this, Nicola.
できるようになるつもりなんてなかったのよ。でもバービーとアリスったらこの話を私にする前に特別
What a pretty voice.
できるようになるつもりなんてなかったのよ。できるようになるつもりなんてなかったのよ。できるようになるつもりなんてなかったのよ。でもバービーとアリスったらこの話を私にする前に特別な課題を勝手に辞典に入れちゃったんだから。
この話。
できるようになるつもりなんてなかったのよ。でもバービーとアリスったらこの話を私にする前に
私にする前に。
本当はそれを消して のんびり世界を観測していたいのだけれど、
Köşte non biri
アリスはテイワットの教会を守らなきゃいけないし、バービーも修行に行くって言うから。
守らなきゃいけないし。だったら As much as I'd like to erase the whole thing and keep on casually observing the world, Alice is busy maintaining Tevat's borders and Barbie is off realigning her
オ
hydromancy.
クタビアは帰ってこないし、ましてやレインドットなんて言うまでもないわ。魔女のみんなもそれぞれ事情があるから、しばらくは私が課題を監督するしかないの。
Octavia, what the green jewels called again? Jade, right? Jade Knight from she cannot be Jade Knight from the Grand Blue Fantasy, right? The green one, holy moly, alright. Octavia didn't bother to come back and you can forget about Rena Daughter. The other mages will have their own affair to attend to, so the duty of supervising this homework has fallen onto me. I mean, what a pretty freaking scenery, right? And character model as well. I kind of wish I got off the screenshot, honestly. Let us restart up until this Octavia point. It would seem we're kind of alone today in here. There presumably an opportunity to be in here. It would be quite useful to be finishing up story in Everydew, but I was not planning to, and honestly I'm pretty tired. Maybe this can consider it as a story, you know. This is kind of a part of it, and this is essential to clear out anyway, so I don't think there is any difference or any sort of deviation here from the main story.
もう行っちゃうの？ちょっとバービーったら、まだあなたから受け取ってないものが。
Also, this woman kind of whimpering all over with her voice is kind of sexually appealing, right? So
たくさん。いいえ、あなたたちが来たタイミングはバービーの予言とほぼ一致してる。でも話の前に違うの。安心して、魔女ともあろうものが遠路はるばる来てくれた。
魔女ともあろうも。
おいら。ああ、もし彼女が来てくれるのなら、あなたたちはバービーが私に予言した課題を伝え。いいえ、バービーとその間、担当者ってできるようになるつもりなんてなかったのよ。でもバービーとアリスったら、この話を私にする前に特別な課題を勝手に辞典に入れちゃったんだから。
課題をあったんだから。
本当はそれを消してのんびり世界を観測していたいのだけれど、アリスはテイワットの教会を守らなきゃいけないし、バービーも修行に行くって言うから。
She speaks so many, like, you know, this kind of how to explain. The dictionary in this Japanese language is quite proficient, right? Profound, but still. So many of these words kind of are reused, right? So quite a lot, in fact.
オクタビアは帰ってこないし、ましてやレインドットなんて言うまでもないわ。魔女のみんなもそれぞれ事情があるから。
Am I idiotic or what? How did this freaking not go on? Go off, I'm sorry. It's not a close-up shot either, but whatever, I guess, right? So these quests are usually like 30-40 minutes long, so it would not be too problematic to clear this, while at the same time it will drain a significant amount of time. But overall, once tried playing this Genshin Impact game with controller actually. It did not go too well, I'm not going to lie, the controls are so complicated for this game, for not keyboard mount, keyboard mouse kind of.
ちょっとバービーったら
Bavitara, Taksan.
いいえ、あなたたちが来たタイミングはバービーの予言とほぼ一致してる。でも話の前違うの。
でも話が前に違う。
安心して、魔女ともあろう者が遠路はるばる来てくれたゲストを空腹になんて。
おいらも
ああ、もし彼女が来てくれる。あなたたちはバービーが私に予言したか。いいえ、バービーと話していたのは別件よ。その間私が代わりに
担当者って
できるようになるつもりなんてなかったのよ。で
な
も
かったのよ。
バービーとアリスったらこの話を私にする前、本当はそれを消してのんびり世界を観測していたいのだけれど、アリスはテイワットの教会を守らなきゃいけないし、バービーも修行に行くって言うからオクタビアは帰ってこないし、ましてやレインドットなんて言うまでもないわ。魔女のみんなも
What?
それぞれ事情があるから。
Now you mention it, there's quite a lot of
そう
you.
なのよ。最後にみんなで集まってお茶会をしたのがいつのことなのかもう覚えてないくらい。
So
そうなのよ。
なのよ。
とにかく
What a pretty
その
voice.
特別な課題さえ終えれば、私の物語も正式に辞典に組み込まれることになるわ。
私の物語も。
そうすればちゃんと世界を観測してみんなを導けるようになるから。旅人パイモン、私に課題の内容を教えて。
After that, I will be able to go back to observing and guiding. So, Melpaimon, it's time to deliver your message. What is my homework?
そうすればちゃんと世界を観測してみんなを導けるようになるから。旅人パイモン、私に課題の内容を教えて。そうすればちゃんと世界を観測してみんなを導けるようになるから。旅人パイモン、私に課題の内容を教えて。
内容を教えて導くから。Difficult lexicon, I have to say, but whatever.
そうそう、これは予言ではなくバービーとアリスが10分前にでっち上げただけの物語だから。
Since this does not count as a prophecy, just something Barbie and Alice came up with 10 minutes ago, there probably isn't any useful information to be found in that dictionary you were carrying.
確かにそうだな。おいらたちが
You're right, Nicola. We had a look before coming over, and there aren't any detailed instruction at all. There is only these two sentences. Nicola will fulfill her duty. She definitely won't allow you to work for free. That's all there is.
そう、前半の文はバービーで後半は間違いなくアリスが書き加えたものね。
Barbie and Alice. No way in the world to take it wrong. The first sentence was written by Barbie, but second, my Mora Bottomora on it was Alice.
じゃあ早速今回の課題を始め
Yeah,
ましょう。
let's get cracking. 始めま
ま
しょう。
ずは
まずはGod damn it. We're stuck in here. I got off a little bit open eyes. Look at this. This is what I got. I mean, it isn't bad through the Toby. Totally pretty good to get off this one. It will be pretty difficult. That was almost like 0.3 point second. Like, got them. Got them. Hold on. It usually does not take more than 2 minutes to do this. Almost. Almost. Yep. It's actually super easy to take this. It's like mini game of sort, I guess. Oh, what a sexy woman. Oh, you actually understood what they want you to do. I didn't understand a word of it.
さっきバービーと話したついでに、私責務を果たすっていうのは、それぞれの課題の場所に行って状況を
場所に行って。
責務を果たすっていうのは、それぞれの課題の場所に行って。
それぞれの課題の場所に行って。
そんなのありなのか？全然
あら、そんなことないわ。これは十分予言と言えるわよ。この課題はバービーが執筆したものだけれど、彼女はただ物語の最後のページを事前に開いて結末を教えてくれただけ。
結末を教えてるだけ。Besides, when Barbies wrote this homework of mine, all she actually did was to flip straight to the final page of my story and tell me the ending in advance. Isn't that a massive spoiler? Does this mean I came here for nothing?
何言ってるの？予言もネタバレも同じようなものよ。さあ、私についてきて。まずは、そうね。ここが良さそう。
ここが良さそう。Almost. Yep. You make a fair point, but then what is the difference between a prophecy and a spoiler anyway? Alright, enough dawdling, come on. Follow me, we're going to... yes, that seems like as good as place as any get. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Sexy bitch. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Найди Хонка, I need to cosplay this one, she's so fucking sexy. Найди Хонка, это this. Da-da. Alright. Da-da. Or anyway, alright, seems like as good as. Найди Хонка, I need to cosplay this one, she's so fucking sexy. Найди Хонка, это this. Da-da. It's actually quite gloomy on the street, I would say. I need to show, I guess, right? It's gloomy, but it's white, so it's kind of dichotomic. It's a good weather. I feel like it's very memorable and slightly reminiscing. It was quite like this like a year ago when we were exploring Eitokpan in Genshin yet again, right? The weather both in the game and in real life kind of coalesce, align, etc., right? Such as it is right now, it was back then. That was, I feel like, a little bit later down the year, right? But we are almost in the June 1st and the time passes quite fast, you have to say. Who does plays as Ainigate? I do think I need to cosplay this one, she's so fucking sexy. Dichotomic. Gloomy on the... It's actually quite... It's actually quite this now with it. Who does plays? It's actually quite it's actually quite it's kind of dichotomic. A year ago when we were such as it is right now, it was back then. That was, I feel like, a little bit later down the year, right? But we are almost in the June 1st and the time passes quite fast, you have to say. Almost. Yep. You make a fair point, but then what is the difference between a prophecy and a spoiler anyway? Alright, enough dawdling, come on. Follow me, we're going to... yes, that seems like as good as place as any yet. Dun, 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 dun. Sexy bitch. Dun, 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 dun. Lady Honkai, I need to cosplay this one. She's so fucking sexy. Lady Honkai, that is. Dun. It's actually quite gloomy on the street, I would say. I need to show, I guess, right? It's gloomy, but it's white, so it's kind of dichotomic. It's a good weather. I feel like it's very memorable and slightly reminiscing. It was quite like this like a year ago when we were exploring Eitokpan in Genshin yet again, right? The weather both in the game and in real life kind of coalesce, align, etc., right? Such as it is right now, it was back then. That was, I feel like, a little bit later down the year, right? But we are almost in the June 1st and the time passes quite fast, you have to say. Alright. Let me grab snacks maybe. forget just like that. Alright, Nicola the Angel. We gotta cook. How did they fucking manage to pull off a movie like industry, you know, like Matrix movies, for example, right? Telling everyone that there is an entire society, like fucking American one, full of people that live automatically and part of the system, right? You have that movie fucking cast in a place that essentially it. How the fuck? Is there a single coincidence in this world? Because like this entire life seems like one. Wait, it says like Triceratops, the only Triceratops like can be dealt with like angered one, the other one, right? Is it stronger than T-Rex? It's not, right? It cannot be because it's not even like preying kind of creature, right? It is herbivore. Dun, dun.
I need to go to the fridge and bring the thingy to close off this. What is this called in English? A roof? Cup? No, it mustn't be right. Is the word hold on. Let me finish all this.
So I was cutting cucumbers at night, right? And my folder kind of yet again like switched over and my recording kind of went into nowhere. I cannot fucking bother to be creating folder upcoming from a server. I couldn't care less. So the word is in Russian pronounced such as kryshka, right? Kryshka. Kryshka. It is, right? That also means kaput in Russian as well, like end of the line, right? Did my VPN wear off? Yeah, I think it did. It had 1524th, 1533. There's some leftover rice from yesterday. It will be of use actually very much. Right, onions, burning. So the onion who doesn't follow what I'm doing here, right? I've played a lot of many games, right? But in all honesty, like, not every single, but so many you do not wish to recount. But the likes of all of those recent most games and some forgotten game also were not played like whatsoever. So we had a PS4 not until long ago in here, not that far off, right? And on that PS4 I a little bit played in Death Stranding, just tinier bit. But that game felt so melancholic to me that I couldn't stand it off like whatsoever. Not like I was playing campaign, I was just doing some deliveries, and that game is so melancholic. I don't know, like. I think that the story segments CGI are really good, right? For the time, especially, like it's very cinematic, natural to say they are trying to sell the actors and not right, but the second one was a little bit like 2 hour literally, right? Of Katamari, we love, right? Just a little bit. Those were interesting attempts. I'm missing milk to this banana. I'm missing milk, seriously. But I also need to cook. That Mr. Onion, don't burn, please. I can see it starting to. I gotta start adding some things. I don't think there was tomato. By the way. Alright. Oh. Oh? Pain. Oh my god. No. Я не to say. The games are meaningless if you are not able to just play them, like, you know, in the time that it meant. Good luck absolutely all sort of meaning. I need to put water in there, I think. And now I have to cut some swine. If there's a swine, there is a layer of fat in the bed. I was hoping I could drink some milk to this banana, but I better cut the swine first so I'm free. Usually I do attempt to cook most of which I open up so to speak. Seems like a really healthy food. This is not a swine yet again. I already cooked something like this in the past. This is like far from the swine. There's an actual beef. Oh, swines are associated with fat, right? But this one's so freaking healthy, actually. Come on. Food. One is done. Now what do I do with all this and how do I dispose of fat then? How do I deal with this? Yeah, like this. I think you can kind of like separate fat from the torso, but it's way too much effort. I think I should be just cutting it. Yeah, this is super easy actually. It's actually really easy to cut. I thought it might be like as difficult as that part, but apparently that one was really hard. Oh, this will be like such a healthy addition to my organism. It is super dense. Like, this must be eaten. There's nothing more healthy to eat in here. The only thing that is more healthy to eat is the fish. But this is so freaking good. I usually don't have food this good like ever. Oh, this is like health in itself. Just like my hand. Even a stupid cat feel its presence. So. It knows that it needs to eat. Is there a fucking roach in there? Where from? Where did it come from? Oops. I don't need it. Yep. Okay. I should cut this in half and feed the cats with it. What is sad music? I didn't want to eat it. What a stupid dog. Idiot. The animals are so spoiled to it sometimes, it's incredible. It's like they don't freaking need to eat whatsoever. Oh, the layers of feather are like disgusting. The rest of the summer here, I guess. Such a healthy addition. So let me cut a little bit more. Don't cut my finger. For the safety precaution, obvious to say, right? You are supposed to be cutting on a solid ground. But if you understand what kind of cuts you are creating, right, you will most likely not cut yourself. It's all about calculation, right? What prediction do you have in your mind to happen when you are making moves? So another very, very healthy large chunk. I definitely could fit more, but that was about half of it. Should I be doing more? I could be. I should be. Just one more. It is so healthy, it better be used immediately. Try to put it in here after all. But I'll let it steam and feed the cats and move the salts.
Christ's sake.
Anything can we listen to? Because or should we continue the story? Should probably continue the story, right? So to speak. This is the trash. This is the trash. This is the trash. It should be freaking thrown out too. Some brothers. Should be clean because it's starting to smell a little. Alright, calls for the flipping this. Oh. this is not a boldness. Must be an absolute utter idiot to not understand that my skull is a freaking massive. Your skull is this large. Will naturally acquire an immense amount of hair. Normally, there wouldn't be. Lower. 1200 in time. 12 minutes. In a proximity of 12 minutes it will be cooked. It doesn't need to be cooking like 40 minutes long. About 20-30 minutes is just about. Stupid cat didn't eat the meat. Right, Alice, Barbie, milk. There will be no exercises today, just a whole bunch of grind because the previous day were super serious exercises. So I should do the cooking. It's 10:33. It's 10:43. In the blink of an eye, you find yourself standing at the edge of a cliff.
Hi, 到着。この洗礼の庭はいい場所にあるわね。
Alright, we're here,
見て、あそこが課題の出発点よ。
The Celia Court has some really great views, don't you think? See that spot over there? That's the starting point. Celia Court, did you just use them?
そうよ。先を急ぐために洗礼の庭をちょっと借りただけ。
But I did.
ここは地脈とつながってるし、
The Celia cords are
普段は誰も
connected
使
to
って
the
い
ley
ないか
line
ら
and nobody
すごく
really
便
uses
利
them.
なのよ。
The Celia cords connected to the ley line and nobody really uses them. They are very handy when it comes to traveling about.
それに私と洗礼たちは昔は天の使い、つまり元同僚だったんだしね。たまに借りても
What?
怒られたりしないわよ。
Hold on for a second. Was it not explored the theme of Celia in this Genshin Impact game? That they are the prehistoric creature, essentially a remnant of the kind rare. The people who have died transformed into a most basic primal elemental form of life, Celia. And now kind of entrapped in here. Is that not the lore behind them? What do you mean, angels? Besides, the Celia and I used to be an angel, so we're old colleagues. I'm sure they won't mind me borrowing their homes every once in a while. There doesn't seem to be anyone else around.
まだそのタイミングじゃないの。もうしばらくすれば
We are
詩人がは
early.
るか昔の
In
唱歌を
but a short while, a bird will come to sing oldest of old and call back to the winds thousand that wander the ages. I don't suppose the homework is
そう
far.
焦らないで。近いうちにあなたもその歌の旋律の一つとなって千の風に包まれるはずよ。
Shh, patience, all will be revealed in time. Before long, you will become a single lilting memory ensconced in an ode, and the thousand winds will swirl around you. This is some very difficult lexicon, I have to say. I don't even need to memorize this kind of wording. For you too.
「でもその前にひとまずその歌を安らかな眠りにつかせてあげましょう。さあ、次の場所へ向かうわよ。
次に場所は向かうわよ。
そう焦らないで。近いうちにあなたもその歌の旋律の一つとなって千の風に包まれるはずよ。
Her voice is so freaking good, I love it. Are we at the beginning of this Genshin Impact game or what?
放浪量か。課題をこなせそうな場所には見え。
これでも一番近い洗礼の庭なのよ。大丈夫。
This is the
私たち
nearest
が探している課題の出発点も
the nearest Celia corridor to where we are going. Don't worry, we are not far from the starting point.
これでも一番近い洗礼の庭なのよ。大丈夫。私たちが探している課題の出発点もそう遠くないとこにあるから。
探して。Holy moly, there's two blondie girl in here just on a walk.
この狼たちいつの間に近づいてきたんだ。
I swear to
オイ
God.
ラたち悪気はなかったんだ。
あ
それにレザーの知り合いだし。
I swear to God, anyone who would look at the Nicole and Lumine right would definitely mistake them for mom and daughter. Or at the very least, sister and another one. The wolves have gone. I don't suppose this homework is
あ
for.
の子はまだ来ていないのかしら。
The child has not arrived yet. Perhaps you've come too early again.
でもきっとルピカと一緒にいる限りどんな。
あれ、なんであいつらまた戻ってきたんだ。オイラたちの話を聞いてたのか。
If only Razor was here.
そうね。でもあの子はそれ以外にももっとたくさんのことを学ばないといけないわ。
学ばないわ。 Paimon, you're not wrong, but there is a lot more and no... You need to understand than just to chatter rules.
はいここもチェック完了ね
Come on, check
疲れ
camera.
たし一旦帰ってお茶を飲みましょう
Huh? It's about this place. I could go with a good rest. Come on, let's go. Time could head back for a cup of.
うわこの扉いつ現れたんだよ
There's a note stuck on it. This stylus feels familiar.
このステッカーの絵アリスが描いたものね何か書いてあるわよ
Oh, the Genshin
こ
Impact.
れ
The Genshin Impact of this day is just a bunch of wizards having their kind of like, you know, funny chit-chatters, banter and whatnot. That is the Genshin Impact of today, apparently. In all honesty, I'm not against.
課題の指導
Wow,
お
nice
疲れ
tits.
様早く家に帰って温かいお茶でも飲んで
Hayaku ie ni kaita. Thanks for your help with the homework. Now hurry home and have a hot cup of tea.
追伸扉の向こうに
ボス
サプライズが待ってるよ
Surprise no matteru yo. Postscriptum, there is a surprise waiting behind this door.
追伸
Sushi.
扉の向こうにサ
扉の
プライズが待ってるよ
Tobira no mukou ni.
追伸
Sushi.
扉の向こうに
Tobira no mukou ni.
追伸
Sushi.
扉の向こうにサプライズが待ってるよ
Surprise ga matteiru yo.
家に帰る
家に帰ろう。
見覚えがある扉だと思ったけれど
Wait a sec.
まさか
Why does this door look so familiar? There is no way it could lead to... Nicole pushes the door open and strides to purposefully allowing text to be so freaking fast. Yes. Hold on. Wait for it. I will read it out just.
また場所が変わったなここは
Hold on over there. There is a huge silly chorus in here. Oh, the music. What did I say? Nicole pushes the door open and strides to purposefully. As you follow, a moment later, you find yourselves standing inside of a room with a very, very amazing music accompanying. Hold on over there. There is a huge silly chord in here. The music.
アリスが素敵なティールームを作るんだとか言って
素敵なティールームを
急に部屋の鍵を借りに来たのはこういうわけだったのね
こういうわ
ティー
け。
ルームならもうあるって言ったのに
あの日 that means at that time, right? あの日 at that moment あの日 that's what she started with, but it is actually the last part of the text. That is the common trope in Japanese language. Sometimes the text is reversed, at the very least, like subtitle wise. That's what I'm trying to explain. How it is written and how it is spelled is reversed. She said anohi as the first thing, and it is the last in the sentence, as you can see. I already had one, anohi. At that time, that had, the word had implies previous tense, right? Past tense. And she said anohi. That is where it's applied in there. No wonder Alice wanted to borrow the lodge key. She said she wanted to set up a tea room, even though I told her I already had one. So this is a gift from Alice. But why would she give you a silly accord?
あの日アリスが素敵なティールームを作るんだとか言って
作る
急に部
んだ
屋の
って
鍵を借りに来たのはこういうわけだったのね
わけ
テ
ない
ィールー
ね。
ムならもうあるって言ったのに
あるってのに
Sorry.
作るって
導きの終わりや旅のゴールの象徴、そして円満な予言を表すわ。
It symbolizes the completion of guidance, the end of a journey, and the fulfillment of prophecy. The prophesied child of light.
導きの終わりや旅のゴールの象徴、そして円満な予言を表すわ。
What is the Michibiki? Is that prophecy?
導きの終わりや旅
Michibiki no Ovaria. Is that journey? Michibiki, the Ovari, the end.
導きの終わりや旅のゴールの象徴、そして
Tabero no Goro. No, that's definitely not it, because Tabero Goro, she says. The goal of adventure, the Tabero Goro. The end of journey, the goal of adventure.
導きの終わりや旅のゴールの象徴、そして円満な予言を表すわ。
Egen no Aravasu. What does that mean? Fulfillment? Aravasu. That must be fulfillment meaning, right? So they actually go in order. So Michibiki must be guidance then.
導きの終わりや
Ovaria, completion. Michibiki, guidance, I see. So that must be it then, right? 1609. Let me stop starting here then, perhaps. The end of a journey and the fulfillment of prophecy. The prophesied child of light.
導きの終わりや旅のゴールの象徴、そして円満な予言を表すわ。
What is the Michibiki? Is that prophecy?
導きの終わりや旅
Michibiki no Ovaria. Is that journey? Michibiki, the Ovari, the end.
導きの終わりや旅のゴールの象徴、そして
Tabero no Goro. No, that's definitely not it, because Tabero Goro, she says. The goal of adventure, the Tabero Goro. The end of journey, the goal of adventure.
導きの終わりや旅のゴールの象徴、そして円満な予言を表すわ。
Egen no Aravasu. What does that mean? Fulfillment? Aravasu. That must be fulfillment meaning, right? So they actually go in order. So Michibiki must be guidance then.
導きの終わりや
Ovaria, completion. Michibiki, guidance, I see. So that must be it then, right? Let's stop started. So for my convenience, that is to say. How much memory do we have? 18 gigabyte, I think enough for the day. Ten.
そして
Fourth in here.
温かいお茶でも飲んで、
早く家に帰って
こうに扉の向こうに
扉の向こうに Correct? So Michibiko guidance, I will not remember it, but
あなたたちも洗礼の後をついて行ったことがあるでしょ。
what a bitchy girl.
洗礼が洗礼の庭に戻って初めてその導きは完結する。
Hajimete sono Michibiki wa. You followed Celia before, only when Celia returns to Celia Court does his guidance come to an end.
だから無理やり作られたこの課題に明確な終着点を用意するためにバービ
So,
ーとアリスは
to give this
ここに
on
洗礼の庭を作ったのよ。
Babi to Arisu wa. So, give this unwelcome homework a clear conclusion. Barbie and Alice must have built a Celia Court right here.
そうすることで初めて他の課題に干渉することなく私の物語をみんなの物語の中に組み込むことができるの。
Wow, what a tongue twister in there. The music is really good, but let me start. That was a good screenshot, but I feel like there was another one followed up. Similar one. There's like a close up on her face. So let us thoroughly enjoy, I guess, all the story development in anticipation of the upcoming transition towards the SNES. The 6.7 Genshin Impact releases on... When Sunrun releases, actually? I'm quite curious. In a month? Must be in a month, right? And thinking back on it, I don't think anyone was like even expecting Sunrunner to be releasing near the Columbina, right? Did anyone even expect any of this? Like, you know, you get Arcanova region and then you get this freaking Fatih Harbinger just character. The Fatih Harbinger character definitely... This is definitely used to be like a little bit, you know, prestigious. It's like, we are far too freaking deep into this game's story, probably. So I said mid-July, right? Yep, I did.
また場所が変わったな。
That's where?
ここは。
あの日アリスが
あの日
素敵なティールームを作るんだとか言って
I apologize
自分
for
で部屋の鍵を借りに来たのはこういうわけだったのね。
so many narration
ティ
today.
ールームならもうあるって言ったのに。
Something wrong, try saying post in a moment, you already said that. Oh? Did I? Da, 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 da.
導きの終わりや旅の後、あなたたちも洗礼の後をついていったことがあるでしょ。
Oh, what a bitch girl.
洗礼が洗礼の庭に戻って初めてその導きは完結する。
I must have said it already, but holy fuck. Headbutt for is a surprise. No, where the language. Sometimes it's Vari, so Varia completion. Michibiki guidance, I see. Well, it must be the right? Completion. Full game, and that's perfect of guidance. The end light.
導きの終わり
What is the Michibiki's
導きの終わりや旅
Goro? She says. The goal of adventure. That started. So
洗礼の後をついていったことがあるでしょ。
what a bitchy girl. 初めてその導きは。So Michibiko guidance, I will not remember it.
あなたたちも洗礼
But fulfillment of prophecy. So Michibiko guidance, I will not remember it, but what a bitchy girl.
洗礼がせ
End of a journey and the fulfillment of prophecy. The prophesied child of light
道
was Tabi. So Michibiko guidance, I will not remember it, but
あなたたちも洗礼の後をついていったことがあるでしょ
what a bitchy girl.
洗礼が洗礼の庭に戻って初めてその導きは完結する
Hajimete sono Michibiki wa. I followed Celia before, only when Celia returns to Celia Court does his guidance come to an end. be saying this kind of thing, right? It's a control panel for a small crane. The operation instructions are written on the panel above, but the power unit is burnt and it's impossible to operate. See? A poisonous bullet causing its nervous system to break down. Wow, that was a lot of knowledge here. Oh, hello there, boys. I should have went to the ship, honestly. Yeah, let's do it after I'm finished farming here. Ouch. Well, farming didn't go too well. Chain mine. Right, I will be to return. Fresh energy and finish up this and finish up imaginary. Stage on Onslaught and in fact prepare for imaginary theatrids in 3 or 4 days or so. So I'm going to come back, eat this fresh warm food. Be right back, I guess. The children on the street are running, let's let's continue. A lot of things to be catching up on, right? I'm going to consume food and not use it in either way, so... Honestly, I really wish I replayed the Overlord 2. That one, such a craftable game, it was. Even the music in here kind of reminds you of that, right? How much charge do I have? 41, that's not a lot. And I really wish I would continue this with the Dino Crisis. But no, absolutely not. We need to be finishing this Nicholas quest and preparing to... Оснаждение, finishing off Stygian Slaughter, right? And preparing for the Imaginary Theater. Control panel for a small crane. Operation instructions are written on the panel above, but the power unit is burnt and it's impossible to operate. Are we going to get attacked again? That was the bottom. At last. Let me look at it. 235. The large bird mark, I'm sorry. It could be the bite mark of dinosaur. We've never even seen it. Found a new dino file. Enos Transevia. 3.7 meter length, 1.2 meter height. Observation record: the cave route which leads to the city passes through a volcano. 2 years ago, the volcano suddenly started erupting. From about that same time, the four-legged creature began appearing. They seem to favor hot and dark places. Oh god, is there going to be a volcano station here as well? We believe that these four-legged creatures were herbivores due to the scarcity of living organisms in their habitat. But when one of our men was attacked by one of them, we learned that they were actually omnivores. Although they are slow, we have to find a ways to counter them. We still have yet to find a way to fight them. It's their ultra-hard armor which they wear that makes them so tough. No regular firearm will hurt them. Their jaws are also very strong enough to even crush a helmet. The only effective way we know so far is when they attack, they stand on their hind legs. This is when you should shoot their stomach. It seems to be their weak point. Currently, a prototype weapon is in the late stages of the development. This mine-like weapon, when complete, should flip them on their backs, but I don't know for sure if it will really work. Oh, mine-like weapon. Oh, this is unfair. My combo points are low. Machete? I had so many combo points. This location was kind of brutal and sudden encounter. Yep, I probably would have gotten like 10,000 off of this, but only more? Or what? Mother boat has been deserted. The bottom of the boat has been severely dented. Could it be that it was attacked by something in the lake? That's how we survive. That's how we survive. At 1743, 1752, we continue presumably. That's how you survive. Dumbass. This will be consumed just a minute later. That's how you survive. What a freaking broad dial. What the hell? A little bit of milk. A little bit is like half of a package in there. So the Nicole is really sexy girl, I'm not going to lie. If I had ever seen a girl wear something like this, I would definitely fucking get her naked and... Listen. Not to teach anyone wrong in here, right? I only would do knowing that my thing is really big. That's the key factor playing role in here. That's how you survive. That's how you survive. That's right. Just a slightly tiny bit of laughing and there was not authentic after all, but... So, this Nicola girl, like, fucking bitch, she's so sexy. I love it. I'm sorry, but listen, this is probably by far not the best compliment, right, for a female, but it probably is, right? I love how she looks like. You know, past sexuality, definitely, but in a given moment, it's probably fair to mention that. She looks very sexually appealing. She does.
So
to give this a welcome homework, a clear conclusion, Barbie and Alice must have built a silly accord right here. Did I skip past close up? I was starting for a close up in here, right? Was there some sort of close up in there? Oh yeah. She has like a head tilt after she like the closed eyes are distant in there. I see. The Sun Ronin being severely teased at the moment, if you all had noticed already. I hope you did. If you are part of the Genshin Impact like player base, you should have in one way or from. So there's development in the Genshin at the moment as exciting as in Wooding Oasis, right? That game is also pretty exciting, everyone knows it. Everyone anticipates as well. The video game is not something everyone enjoys, appreciates in here. It is limited to the amount of young people, right? Young people quite easily get on technologies because they have become a part of our life in all way or form. Either so long as you are kind of more of a modern kind of individual, you're likely either to attempt this or stick to it, right? There's no other way to put it as bluntly as it is. Mata basho ga kawatta na koko wa.
あの日アリスが素敵なティールームを作るんだとか言って
素敵なティールーム
というわけだったのね。あの日アリスが素敵なティールームを作るんだとか言って
作るんだとか言うね。
導きの終わりやあなたたちもだから無理やり作られたこの課題に明確な終着点を用意するためにバービーとアリスはここに洗礼の庭を作ったのよ。そうすることで
Oh my god. It happens incredibly fast in there. I was not prepared for that. I will be entirely honest with all this, like, days kind of passing. The days are just streamlined by this point, right? I highly doubt we can just replay like games on a whim, right? Like, especially with all this like super limited schedule and life opportunity time and whatnot, right? I can't imagine just sitting playing games in here for fun. I can, but I probably couldn't. More so, right? So the life kind of it begins, it envelops, and it comes to a conclusion, right? It is not like if you have to work, right? You're like full timing and whatnot, right? Probably not, right?
また場所が変わったな。ここは
あの日アリスが素敵なティールームを作るんだとか言って急に部屋の鍵を借りに来たの。
作るんだとか言うね。
そういうわけだったのね。
作るんだとか言うね。
もうあるって。
作るんだとか言うね。素敵なティールーム。So yeah, listen, if you're think about it realistically, how much cash do you get for working, right? Even in this Russian kind of place, I think you get about an average from like 40,000 ruble to 100, right? That is the kind of average at very least here. So in about 2-3 years you can probably buy yourself like a one room apartment, right? Have like 2-3 million ruble, let's just say, right? How much food do you think an adult individual consumes per day? How much money do you need per day for food, for apartment, kind of like paying for fees, right? How much money do you think you need? Probably not all that much, is it? Probably much, but not all that much. I say, if you're buying healthy amount of food, right, you would still ideally wish to kind of go on work, even if you have like been working for last 3 or 4 years and have an enormous amount of excess, right, of cash. If you have had work for like 3 or 4 years without any kind of stop, you can probably stop for another like 2 or 3 years, right? Quite easily, in fact. Just saying. The work kind of paid off quite well if you like, know what you're doing. If someone has something or a structured like something quite well, right? The work is all about like those kind of, the billionaire, millionaire, and trillionaire. They are out there because not because some sort of luck, right? But dedication and a lot of connectivity, right? If you know how to do something, the technologies and language and everything else, like, they can create something absolutely enormous. It isn't like everything that is super successful in this world is only like predatory, right? The most successful things in this world are essentials, something that everyone needs in their daily life. That is that simple. There's just a lot of people in this world, and all I'm trying to provide, like, in normal circumstance, a good effort kind of yields a good payback, because, you go harvest a fruit, someone else is going to eat it and live by it. Otherwise, it's something like, everyone lives, everyone gets an excess of cash, right? An enormous amount of excess. So someone kind of gets into that. Someone kind of creates something that you can be sold on. You can especially be seeing that in Japanese culture, right? And it's very predatory, and a lot of people are just, they're absolutely nowhere to be found on the comet of this planet, because they do not like themselves understand like how pleasure exactly works. So someone predates on that. Predates. Doesn't that mean like previously dated? Predators. Yeah, correct.
導きの終わりやあなたたちもだから無理やり
1801. So that this Genshin Impact game known for providing somewhat artificial voices here and there in this game, right? But it is not that critical, I guess. I kind of like the voice anyway. I certainly do. I have no clue how I'm going to catch this, because I need to reach out to the alt P. I need to be like holding on it to be able to get this.
そうすることで初めて
I didn't get it for shit. Wait, I didn't, right? Is it this one I needed to get? Which one considered a close up in there? Wait, I think it's literally which I needed to get. I'm trying to look into it. There's the far off shot, but I think I needed to get this one, and I think I got it. Alright. I might be stupid. Genshin Impact Song of Welcome. Alright, where do we get next? Does this take long for this quest? It shouldn't be, right?
また場所が変わったな。
Matubashu ga kawatta na koko wa. Get us through here.
あの日ア
あの
リスが
日、
素敵なティールームを作るんだとか言って急に
作るんだとか言うね。
部屋の鍵を借りに来たのはこういうわけだったのね。
こういうわけだったよ
ティールー
ね
ム。ならもうあるって言ったのに。
言ったのに、もうある。
導きの終わりやあなたたちも洗礼の後をついていったことだから、無理やり作られたこの課題に明確な終着点を用意するためにバービーとアリスをそうすることで初めて他の課題に干渉することなく私の物語をみんなの物語の中に組み込むことができるの。
But you're not that silly, are you?
ああ、似たようなものよ。どちらも前までは天の使いだったわけだし。
Once upon
い
that,
いの。だいたいそういう意味ってこと。
大体そういう意味ってこと。Well, we're not all that different. Once upon a time we were all angel. After all, that doesn't really matter. What is important is that what it symbolizes.
小説を書くのと同じで、大枠さえ合致してい
It's like writing a novel. As long as the main outline is there, there will always be a way to flesh out the details so the pieces fall in place.
とにかく、私が
ともかく
あそこに座れば、この課題は終わるはず。
As long as I take my seat, this homework of mine will be officially over.
とはいえ、救護次第の物語だと、こんな感じになってしまうのね。
It's a nice touch, but it feels like the ending to a story written on the fly.
別で巧妙な物語を考えついたかもしれないけれど、
If happened Anya was here, I'm sure she would have come up with something more clever. I see, and here was me thinking it would end with a treasure chest. How much does it take to finish this? I need to know. I need to know. Hold on, give me a sec. Give me a second. I hate all you. Mention Nicola quest. Nicola quest. This one, right? Is it this one? Point of interest. They just homework with this one. They're all over guide. Quest. Talk to Nicola, take to Nicola, enter the room, talk to Nicola, open the chest. Incredible. $12-minute long. 40-minute long. It should be ending here then. Should it not? She's sitting here, she's on the bridge. Here we get inside. Blah blah blah.
It's like writing an over. Something more clever?
Yes, like we're like 2 minutes literally off. It literally ends here. Alright, but that's what I need. It's a nice touch, but it feels like the ending to a story written on the fly. I see, and here I was thinking it would end with a treasure chest.
もちろんそれも欠かせないわ。
Macharon? How she said?
もちろんそれも欠かせないわ。
I kind of miss Varka's quest because I didn't record it. The Varka's quest wasn't... Varka was the most unfortunate character release of this game for me. Because his initial Spiral Abyss 36 star was not recorded or saved anywhere either. His quest, story quest, was also not recorded because I forgot to click the recording button. You cannot find Varka's like whatsoever. Like, listen, I only have one hope in this world, right? First, we somehow get through all the Luna versions in a row, despite how much we're like afar from the current point. I cannot imagine it happening like ever. Someone has fucked up my entire life, honestly. I have been doing this for 7 years, the same fucking shit, you know? And it is not normal getting it to such an extent of absolute abnormality of what sort of social media is. This is fucking impossible to understand what you have created out of this world. Very strong. Very strong. Strong enough to even crash a helmet. Very strong. Strong enough to even crash a helmet. Correct. Very strong. A treasure chest. Tabarakada. Takaraboku rakoda. What? Takaraboku rakoda? Takarabakada. What? No, this hammer is starting to make sense. So this is what it feels like when the pieces all fall in place. Guess the outline really is the key. How did I tell you that it seems like this has been a fruitful little excursion after all? Cojon? Hey man, it seems my story has been formally inscribed into the dictionary. What a precious quest, man. So how do you guys even count this being like, you know, artificial game like Genshin Impact, right? How the fuck did you like pass by, you know, pass in exactly like those World of Warcraft games that 20 years ago, right? Oh, it's such a crafty game. You can complete quests, the characters speak, and there's an entire quest line. You can finish it. There's a story about it. Wow, this is so epic. I love it. But this is not. When the characters look 10 times better, right? You know, there's 10 more kind of like connection to the character because this character is Mondstadt related. There's a character related to the first region you arrive in this game for. And you are freaking 7 years into it. Where did all appreciation to the game like come exactly? I'm sorry, go exactly to? Was it not appreciating game, but just simply like amassing and gathering cloud for the something that was created out of the language or what? I don't understand perfectly to say. Where did all the care go? And this is a Chinese game. It has been here for such a period of time, but only the chosen ones actually decided to play it. I've been Toulouse guy and the Arknights creator. What the Arknights creator name was again? Because he was creating guides for YouTube for this game. Rocketor, no, that one's MMD one. And meme. Billy videos. Echo again, right? Echo again. The low rarity guide clearer. Where did all the care for game exactly like, go to all those, like, you know? Clouds of people. Now, let me guess, they're preparing for the World War on the west, right? For a good freaking reason, that is why. Because you do not care about which is written here about text. You do not care about characters. Characterization. You don't care about which is you are seeing here, which is good. And you do not care about seeing yourself in it. You do not love yourself. Is that not true? Can someone dispute my argument? Will there be even more chests for those assignments too?
それはまあみんながこれから作り上げる課題にかかってるわ。
Depends on the assignment you are assigned.
それはまあ
それはまあ
みんながこれから作り上げる課題にかかってるわ。
みんなこれから作るわけるわ。
それはまあみんながこれから作り上げる課題にかかってるわ。
課題にかかったわ。Oh my god.
それはまあ
それは
みんながこれから作り上げる。
みんながこれから
それはまあ
みんながこれから
作り上げる課題にかかってるわ。
Oh my god, it's like a tongue twister.
それはまあみんながこれから作り上げる課題にかかってるわ。
作り上げる What's afterward?
それはまあみんながこれから作り上げる課題にかかってるわ。
課題にかかったわ。Oh my god. 課題にかかったわ。Something like that, right?
できることなら私もみんなの課題の道中に宝箱を埋めていろんなヒントを仕込んで
課題に
みんながそれをたどって宝箱を掘り当てるのを見守りたい。
宝
それ
箱
が私にとって最高に嬉しいの。
最高に嬉しいの。Oh, this screenshot will absolutely be with me forever from now. Look at this. So precious. I love it. Who the hell wouldn't love it? You must be insane, right? Alright, Nicole.
でもバービーにずっと見張られてるのよ。
But Barbie's been cupping and close eye on me, so I'm not sure I'll get the chance. Nico? Holy fuck, what a mateable girl. Last saved within 20 minutes. If you leave and re-enter, you may have to experience some of the same content again. Oh, what a mateable girl. Holy fuck. Oh, look at the inscribing of her back too. What even is this? It almost looks like a tattoo sword, right? Inscription. Rune. Nikore?
ほら宝箱を開けないと導きは終わらないわよ。辞典のためにも早く早く。
辞典のためにも早く早く。
ほら宝箱を開けないと導きは終わらないわよ。辞典のためにも早く早く。
Oh my god. The voice acting is just ostentatious, right? How is it nice? The role of a guide, homework complete. Additional talent unlocked. Witches, Evride, light in the darkness. Argument.
今の
から
私の本質
スクールを上げ今の
声を
人生
失ったただの人よ。
Austin. Leave the room. I wish I got screenshot of that. So is there going to be some house offering or what? Yeah, not the prettiest sight to be having afterward, right? Can I not get inside the room back? Is that one kind of timer thing? That is to say unfortunate, right? But at the earliest we have our 300% buff now. This character, when you use the charged attack, guides you towards the unexplored chest, but I think I've explored this part of Mondstadt 100%. What about here? I need to be finishing Stygian on slot a little bit. Oh, now shots on the map. Convenient. I really didn't think that Nicola would be of this Genshin Impact game, this kind of like she will present whatsoever anything to the story, but she certainly does, right? As you can see, it takes one pretty girl to make so much impact. Is that not true?
お宝の匂いだわ。
Otakara o niyoi da wa? I remember people used to kind of recording videos of climbing in this game with Barbara and whatnot. Barbara and Lisa.
よいしょ。
Who the fuck was doing that? You guys must be insane, right? Well, it kind of paid off, I guess, to say, right? But fuck, her heel looks so good. I really miss the times Wooden Quest was just released. It was such a blessing of a time to live in. These games as released, probably not. Honestly, the times back then were absolutely sporadic, but Wooden Quest one was actually way better. You know, it certainly is funny, right? How people say like this Genshin Impact game is like Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda, right? In a sense it is, right? But the gacha game couldn't be any different. Could it be? It's not a bad way to, like, you know, bring attention and like concisely wrap up what this is about, right? But not more than that.
上手に隠したわね。
上手が隠したわね。
お宝の匂いだわ。
お宝の匂いだわ。It is highly presumable that everyone who plays in this Genshin Impact game or any other gacha game, they do know what they are playing at. After all, it would be quite insane. It's unfortunate that the Selly kind of disappears. Disembark, dismerge. It is unfortunate. Lizard. I'm amazed that this area still contains freaking chests to it. Hmm? What is that? So I'm not sure if you can find any recording of sort of when I set myself into this area. I'm really not sure if it can be found. I don't think it matters all that much to say right yet again, but what a funny girl. You have to see it. So yeah, I think I do have most of the areas in this Genshin Impact game explored. I certainly do, right? You know, it sounds a little bit insane to be discussing this kind of game like, you know, 7 years into it and whatnot. Not just nostalgia wise, but just and how much longer it take out of our life, right? But some people, they would absolutely say like, you know, are you insane to be like bringing this up, right? I have a counter question. What were you doing for the last 5-10 years? I do not wish to know. Sorry. Is that one kind of timer thing? Collect 20 anemo particle. First way I wish to collect it is to remove this thing from the screen. Stuff it in my plate. Instead of bottle go out. This thing go here. Is there nothing else on the screen? I ideaじゃないわ。Oh, why did you guys attack the Nicolem? So let's see how our Prestige Onslaught now goes. Did that contribute anything to the performance of character or not? Let's see. It says selector is recommended, but what if I stuck Benny in here instead of Furin or something? I don't freaking. Should I even? It's Furin, I eat energy.
この心を持って天に帰れ。
俺についてこい。よっと。と。
夜の剣。
I think they started dealing damage, but I'm not sure. Boko Tatayo.
私はずっとその中に。
お嬢様のお
拒絶。じゃじゃーん。光り輝くがいい。
もっと激しくとはっせい
I think the damage was higher, but something is off about health point of this thing. Yeah. Can I not get in? I think the damage was higher, but something is absolutely off about this kind of boss in here. What is wrong about this? How do I beat this? It's kind of difficult to understand even. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Honorance.
退却吸引テスト開始
I didn't even scratch his shield. Do I need Electro in order to or what?
反逆。
6308式ユニット
I need some sort of electro unit in here, right? Da-da-da. Oh, how do I even clear this then? Nasty. What was I saying last time? I'll need Skirk? Cryo is not going to pop it, right? What effects do you need against it? Pyro or Electro Swirl reaction? Oh. So that's how it works. Something off about my work or what? No. It's almost like you need signature weapon to perform this. I have not a single clue how to clear this out.
拒絶6308ユニット吸引テスト開始はっやっはっやっ食紅無に着せこの手に退却安全距離確認この心を持って天に帰る7号式もはい拒絶ランのように羽ばたくはっ滅この手にせい
Why are you gonna do this? You should be quite perfectly able to. Almost feels like we had Beidou in here or something.
吸引テスト開始6308式ユニット吸引テスト開始レック平穏調理交代安全距離確認吸引テスト開始6308式ユニットまだ調整する必要がある
Nice. And work is not balanced either. I need like Chaska in here or what? What if I do? Can I switch your weapon on her? Will it be locked out? No? Yep, a weapon cannot be used in the same. This is terrible, I guess.
拒絶。
またか。
吸引テスト開始。63
飛ぶか。撃て撃て消え失せろ。撃て
吸引テスト開始。
いや、せい風が立つぞ。
This HP pool is abnormal.
今だ。
断罪の安全距離。反逆。無双の風。黒き翼よ。みんなには内緒よ。
死ね。
This character is not even scratching it. Let alone Varka kind of like, you know, half HP could bring down. How do you actually beat this? What the hell is this? This isn't how normal scenario, environment, etc. look like. Dun, 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 dun. Is this skippable, like, yet again, or what?
拒絶。もう広める。
レッカー一とあっそれもっと激しくそこチェあっよっ
反逆。
レッカーチェとよっとよっはっ
姿を見せ。歌え。僕の生もの。
この心を持って天に帰る。
とチェよっとはっはっチェよっと夜の源源
ガジャ
拒絶。
ーン。よっ世界を熱狂の渦に。
私はずっとその中に。
レッカもっと激しくよっもっと激しくあっ
断罪の名において。
反逆。
光り輝くがいい。
よっ
黒き翼よ。
拒絶。
俺についてこい
この心を持って天に帰る。
答えなさい。世界を熱狂の渦に。
レッカもっと激しくはっあっもっと激しくそれもっと激しく
Listen, this character being able to bring it down half HP is kind of an achievement, but what is up with its HP pool? Holy moly! I don't think like all cycles of Stygian and Slaughter are this bad, right? But something's certainly quite off at the moment. I'm not going to lie. Isn't Jin also Hexaria's character? Yeah, I don't know really. I don't. Almost feels like we need sounding in here or something. We probably do. Yeah, I don't care about third boss's performance anymore. This first one is the biggest threat. To be clear. Any sword and stuff.
ウオパー。
ま よっかもっと激しくはっもっと激しくはっしっんよっふっ
熱々でしょ、私はずっとその中に話が通じないなら姿を見
もっと激しくよっとはっもっと激しくとふっよっと風が制圧すると夜の元
大脚それ料理のせい
もっと激しく
We're not even halfway through.
しっ
Now we are.
断罪の名に拒絶この心を持って天に帰る
あっけっかしっもっと激しくよっとはっ
黒き翼よ反逆熱々でしょ、みんなには内緒よ
けっかよっとしっはっよっ
師匠の技を食らいなさ姿を拒絶
よっとはっふっとしっよっお嬢様の王
はっはっはっせっ私はずっとその中にやースオパー
Oh no. This is fun, ain't it? So we do need fish after all, right? Is Yamiko not better? She isn't, right? Because her rotation is way longer. This is probably the only way to clear it, right? And I was really close. Holy moly.
反逆ふっ熱々でしょ答え
しっとよっはっふっ
ウオパー拒絶
えっかもっと激しくよっともっと激しく
話が通じないなら叩くまり断罪の名にみんなには内緒よやっ
ふっはっ俺についてこいえっかしっふっはっもっと激しくよっ
影のカラス大脚私はずっとその中に
えっかしっふっよっとはっしっ
師匠の技を食らいなさいほっはっ反逆
えっかはっふっあお嬢様の
せい拒絶みんなには内緒よ熱々でしょはっはっやっはっ
えっかもっと激しくよっとしっもっと激しく
反逆料理の時間この心を持って天に帰る
えっかしよっはっはっ
Yeah, I was slow. I was.
大脚
まえっかしはっとふっしよっとはっもっと激しくはっ
う
反逆みんなには内緒よ。
師匠の技を食らいなさ姿を見せ
Alright, the rotation is good.
もっと激しくよっとシェー俺についてこい
夜の
料理の時
開脚
レッカシェーとシェもっと激しくよっとシェー
断罪の名いや熱々でしょ。
私はずっとその中に
答えなさい。
お嬢様のレッカもっと激しくよっとはっよっ
Oh no. That second phase was an absolute disaster. I thrown every single cooldown on it and
拒絶
姿を
レッカシェーもっと激しくよっとシェーよっはっよっと
ウオパ
開脚この心を持って天に帰る。
ー師匠の技を食らいなさは断罪
もっと激しくあっよっそれもっと激しくふっしもっと激しく特風が制圧する
料理の時
拒絶角の
レッカもっと激しくよっとふっよっもっと激しくとよっとあっちえと
みんなには内緒よ。
姿を見せ話が通じないなら
レッカもっと激しくよっとあっ
this is terrible.
とはっ
ウオパー
俺についてこいレッカ
Strong, terrible.
あっはっシェーと
断罪のないこの心を持って天に帰る。
レッカ
Or is it?
はっシェーよっとはっ特風が制圧する
Fuck. The ultimate deals absolutely unimpressive damage. Eighteen 34th. Alright, next one.
開脚
料理の時
反逆
それいや熱々でしょ
シェーあっもっと激しくもっと激しくんよっとふっシェー
料理の時間だ師匠の技を食らいなさ
みんなには内緒よ。
姿
よレッカあっはっんよっとふっお嬢様の
拒絶
よっとはっはっシェーんシェーあっよっ
熱々でしょ
I'm not here yet.
ま
話が通じないなら
レッカはっもっと激しくよっともっと激しくあっ
反逆この心を持って天に帰る
夜の結果もっと激しくよっともっと激しくよっはっもっと激しくと
開脚
師匠の技を食らいなさい断罪の名
みんなには内緒よ
10 seconds.
結果
Oh my god.
もっと激しくよっともっと激しくよっそれもっ
This is such a tight clear. I need to squeeze another rotation in there. Ah, you love to see it, don't you?
反逆
料理の
よっとんはっしめあっふっはっしめよっんあっふら
ウオパー火を話は
私はずっとその中に
よっえっかもっと激しくよっしめふっとそれしめあっはっお嬢様の
熱々でしょ
ふっえっかしめあっはっもっと激しくんよっはっもっと激しく
開脚この心を持って天に帰る
あっえっかしめともっと激しくよっはっあっよっとふっ
師匠の技を食らいなさい
It's not a clear.
角の辛さみんなには内緒よ
えっかもっと激しくともっと激しくふっよっもっと激しくはっ
もっと激しく。
反逆
熱々でしょ
えっかもっと激しくよっしめあっはっもっと激しく
That was a good damage, additional one.
とし
拒絶私はずっとその中に
姿
しめあっんよっとしめとはっふっよっともっと激しくふっ
黒き翼よ反逆
それ料理の
えっかもっと激しくあっもっと激しくよっとしめんよっ
師匠の技を食らいなさいウオパ断罪の名
とえっかはっよっもっと激しくはっもっと激しくと
拒絶この心を持って天に帰る
料理の
Come on, oh my god. 10 seconds wasted.
もっと激しくはっはっもっと激しく
Nah,
開脚
熱々でしょ話が通じない
夜の剣私はずっとその中に
10 sec again.
えっかもっと激しくはっよっあっ
Yep. It's like 10 seconds for official to catch up. What fucking set do I use on her? There's some better alternative for official. Should I slot in Yae Miko's set on official? There's Fischl. A stringless, that is the default weapon, yes. Accelerate talent is not activated, that's kind of bad. Harprince Nachtraben as well, the Huran, he who has witnessed the fall of countless worlds. Seeing now the star. Oh my god. After a nearby party member. Oh yeah, she provides an attack percentage bonus. Freak me, that's really important for this clear. No, not today at the very least. There's a 22% attack percentage bonus. That is actually pretty strong. I think this is a correct set. Attack percentage for the same elemental type. Elemental mastery increased by 50 for every party member with a different elemental type. So Mastery. What's Yamiko using? Elemental skill damage. When not on the field, elemental skill damage will further increase. Out of a pure sheer curiosity, right? Clearly we're just missing about that talent of Visual, but or like a really good run, but just out of curiosity. I think that thing breaks really much better. At the very least. I think Miko is better. Not sure though. Almost feels like. I think she was much more stable, but it still was not enough. And rotation on her is much longer. This is really disgusting, I'm not going to lie. So this Pyro and Wind Elemental reaction are effective, right? And L extra. There's like nothing of an alternative here, right? I don't think Beidou is going to be helping either case.
レッカとはっよっとそれチェーとふよっとはっ
反逆熱々でしょ。
行くぞ。
This is rogue. I'm just missing support. Even Furina I feel like will do. Yeah, she will. She absolutely will.
拒絶。やっウオパーお披露目だ。
レッカよっチェーあっよっと
大脚。やったや
はっよっよっとチェー
料理の時間だよ。はっやっはっじゃじゃーん。この心を持って天に帰る。
レッカチェーとよっとよっはっもっと激しくはっチェーよっやるじゃないか
熱々でしょ。反逆。はっお披露目だ。光り輝くがいい。
レッカもっと激しくはっチェーよっそれ
料理の時間。大脚。話が通じないなら
もっと激しくもっと激しくよっとあっよっと
僕を拒絶。みんなには内緒よ。世界を熱狂の渦にウオパー。
レッカチェーよっもっと激しくとよっとチェーよっ
やっふっほっ師匠の技を食らいなさ。私はずっとその中に。
もっと激しくはっもっと激しくチェーよっと
So freaking close.
反逆。6308式ユニット。
レッカもっと激しくあっもっと激しくあっよっはっチェーとし
大脚。料理の時間だよ。話が通じ。いやこの心を持って天に帰る。安全距離確保。
レッカとチェーはっ
吸引テスト開始。熱々でしょ。セッタ拒絶。
よっレッカもっと激しくはっよっよっともっと激しくはっと
反逆。はあ師匠の技を食らいなさ。6308式ユニット。7号式も。はみんなには内緒よ。
俺についてこい。はっはっ、うんそれよっと。
退却。料理の時間だよ。やっは安全距離確認。
とれかもっと激しく。はっうんしえよっはっはっよっうんふっ
熱々でしょ。話が通じないの。やっはこの心を持って天に帰る。やっ
れっかはっよっとはっよっと
反逆。はっスオパー。吸引テスト開始。無双の勝ち。
はっうんふっもっと激しく。はっしえはっうんはっ
熱々でしょ。やっは師匠の技を食らいなさ。やっ安全距離確認。
れっかはっふっともっと激しく。はっよっ
再客。私はずっとその中。スオパー。吸引テスト開始。7号式も。
もっと激しく。よっとはっ
Oh, this you know. What about this team? Official?
真意を知りたくば受けて
裁
み
きの怒り
記録し見定めよ。
見切りました。
痛がっちゃいないよ。よっ歌え僕の生もの。今宵
排除せね
月を捧
捕まえた。
記録し
糸よ。
見定めよ。
ぐ移して。
無我の境地。
すべては摂理と星から生まれる。
新月が来る。
どの目が出るか
と僕を称えよう。世界を熱狂の。
ここより弱滅の時。よし。
I used every single support of this Genshin Impact game on the first two floors. Look at this. Like an L. There's a freaking L in here. Electro is not recommended in here to say. Pyro is. This is terrible. This is terrible. Virus, my love.
真意を知りたくば受けてみる。
裁きの怒り
記録し
痛がっちゃ
見
いない
定めよ。
断罪の名に
逃げ道はありま
答えなさい
採血の時
流れて糸よ工作せよ
お嬢様の仰せの
今宵
記録し
月を
見定めよ
見切りました無我の境地
すべては摂理と星から生まれる。
裁き
姿を見せよ
捕まえた
生きて終わりね三月よ輝け夜も
見切りましたここより弱滅の時
神の炎。動く者すべてを差し貫け。
流れて
痛がっちゃいないどの目が出るかしら
どうしたの
そうしたね。
断罪の
逃げ道はありません無我の境地
お嬢様
かかれ
記録し見定めよ。
三月よ輝け
ここより弱滅の時裁きの雷
採血の
そこ見切りました
影のから
と痛がっちゃいないどの目が出る
記録し
移して
見定めよ。
新月が来る
無我の境地裁きの雷
摂理と星から生まれる。
So we're missing pyro character now. It's kind of descent meter is not going down without pyro character. Why is this so terrible? So I must probably add Bane from the second team, sorry, or something. What I'm supposed to be doing? Probably add Bane from the second team, right? I figure without Ethan in second. Is there some alternative in here? I'm not seeing any. Must be Bane here.
真意を知りたくば受けてみる。記録し見定めよ。
見切りました燃えろと痛がっちゃいない
採血の時
全力攻撃
終わりで今宵月を捧ぐ
逃げ道はありません
見定めよ。
稲光すなわち
すべては
永遠なり
摂理と星から生まれる。
This is gonna throw shoes. I don't think this is clearable.
真意を知りたくば受けてみる。記録
捕まえ
し
た
見定めよ。
For record,
逃げ道はありますみんなは俺がどの目が出るかしら
採血の時
無我の境地
記録し見定めよ。
見切りましたかかれ
三月よ輝け
すべては摂理と星から生まれる。
裁きの全力攻撃糸よ工作せ痛がっちゃいない燃えろ稲光 すなわち永遠なり。
神の炎よ。
Pyro character recommended, pyro character recommended, pyro character recommended. Yeah, man. I agree. Cryo pyro. It says cryo. Scared?
真意を知りたくば受けている。
捕まえ
記録し見定めよ。
今のは悪くや道あふれよ。
排除せよ。
痛がっちゃいね。
データの
記録し
終わりで
見定めよ。
今宵月をさ
無に帰す。面白い。
すべては摂理と星から生まれる。
最高の一品よ。食流れて
やっメッツ。
神の炎よ。動くものすべてを差し貫け。
かかれ。
どうしたの映し
どの目が出るかしら。
採血の
新月が来る
記録し見定めよ。
冷凍の時間よ。ガンのように
捕まえた。
生きて
採血の時。
糸よ工作せよ。
やせい帝王茶
道あふれよ。力に
記録し見定めよ。
続けろ。
すべては摂理。
It must be quite doable with this team, just saying.
真意を知りたくば受けている。
かかれ。
記録し
移して
見定めよ。
この手に
採血の時。
帝王茶
痛がっちゃいね
生きて
え。やっどの目が出るかし
記録し
今宵
見定めよ。
月をさはっ冷凍いるんじゃ。目も舌も満足させてあげ
すべては摂理と星から生まれる。
食後
ら。で捕まえた。
移してこの手に
神の炎。動くものすべてを差し貫く。真 真意を知りたくば受けてみる。記録し見定めよ。
力いる
採血の
痛がっちゃいない。
食紅移して
うん
真意を知りたくば受けてみる。
捕まえた。
記録し見定めよ。
力いる低温症新月が来る生きて
記録し見定めよ。
この手に
すべては摂理と星から生まれる。
冷凍の時代よ最高の移して
はかかれ。無に帰す。
神の炎よ、動くものすべてを差し貫け。
食紅
痛がっちゃいない。
流れて今宵月をさ
どの目が出るかしら。
排除せね。記録し
低温症
見定めよ。
目の下も満足生きて
いや終わりね。撤
採血の
収。捕まえた。
三月よ輝けさ冷凍
排除せね。記録し見定めよ。すべては摂理と星から生まれる。
ランナーよ
真意を知りたくば受けてみる。
低温症
記
流れて
録し見定
こ
めよ。
の手にせい
採血の時。排除せね。
痛がっちゃいない。どの目が出るか
記録し
新
見定
月が
めよ。
来る冷凍の時代よ目の
すべては
下も
摂理と星から生まれる。
かかれ。
移して
神の炎よ、動くものすべてを差し貫け。
食前に甘いものをガッと
糸よ工作せよ。痛がっちゃいない。
生きて三月よ輝く力よ
記録し見定めよ。
低温症
捕まえた。
移
どの目が出るかしら。
最高の一品よ今宵月をさ滅力よ
記録し見定めよ。すべては摂理。真意を知りたくば受けてみる。記録し見定めよ。
輝け。終わりね。
捕まえた。
記録し見定めよ。全ては摂理と星から生まれる。
低温調理、ガンのように。
かかれ。や
生きて。
無に帰せ。
神の炎、
どの目が出る。
全てを差し貫け。
新月が来る。
採血の時、
満ち溢れよこの手に。
排除せね
生きて。
記録し
終わりね。
見定めよ。
最高の一品よ。
この手に。
採血の時、
痛がっちゃいない。
低温調理。移して三月よ。輝く。やあ。
記録し見定めよ。
糸よ
全ては
工作せよ。
摂理と星から生ま。真意を知りたくば受けてみる。記録し見定めよ。
溢れよ力よ。や
採血の時、
歌え。僕の
排除せね
食前に甘い。
記録し
力よ。
見定めよ。
面白い。
全ては摂理と星から生まれる。
どの目が出るか。
低温調理、ガンのように。じゃじゃーん。はっふっ。世界を熱狂の渦に。
力よ。
せい。ふっはっやっ。
神の炎、動くもの全てを差し貫く。採血の時、
捕まえた。
お披露目だ。終わりね。ほっ歌え。僕の名も。食前に甘いものを。
見定めよ。
かかれ。
世界を熱狂の渦に。
やっ糸よ工作せよ。痛がっちゃいない。
はっ冷凍。
採血の時、
まだ力が足りないのか。
真意を知りたくば受けてみよ。
かかれ。
記録し
よっ食
見定
前に。
めよ。
この手に。痛がっちゃいない。
採血の時、
僕をたたえよ。光り輝くがいい。冷凍の時間。
満ち溢れよ。
記録し見定めよ。全ては摂理と星から
捕まえた。
生まれる。
どの目が出るか。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。お披露目だ。 力を
採血の時
しくん食前に甘いものをメモ光り輝くがいい
記さだね
捕まえた糸よ工作せよ
試練終わりだ
Пропажа.
Мы очень далеко ездили, вообще мрак. Очень устал сильно.
定めよ全ては摂理と星から生まれ
どの目が出る
ガンのように羽ばたけお披露目だ
力を
歌え僕の名が戻っ
かかれ
レーターの終わりねほれ僕をたたえ
無に帰せ力を
採決の時
シクンキュッはっ食前に甘いものをレモン光り輝くがいい
見定めよ
捕まえた糸よ工作せよ
試練終わりだ
かかれ
レーターの終わりねほれ僕をたたえ
無に帰せ力を
採決の時
シクンキュッはっ食前に甘いものをレモン光り輝くがいい
見定めよ
捕まえた糸よ工作せよ
試練 なは俺が
危険太陽の本能をアクセル全開
キトラリいつパパそうよ手加減なしよじゃあ行くよ
くらえみんながそばに
止める勇気はあるか石煙に葬られよ
口封じは任せたからね
燃えよこの天下で裁く
全力攻撃だもう
じゃあ行くよ
加速するぞ危険太陽の本能をアクセル
みんなは俺が
石煙に葬られよ
悪用の力を思い知りなさいさあ
くらえ
わけ山の地
燃えろへっ全力攻
この天下で裁く止める勇気はあるか
じゃあ行くよ手加減なしよ口封じは任せたからね
燃えろみんながそばに
頭上を焼き尽くす石煙に葬られよ
悪用の力を思い知りなさい
くらえみんなは俺が
烈日よ私に従えこの天下で裁く
口封じは任せたからね
くらえ全力攻撃
頭上を焼き尽くす石煙に葬られよ
燃えろ
さあ悪用の力を思い知りなさい
みんながそばに
燃えよ危険太陽の本能を
き物か。お宝の匂いだわ。やっせい。
レッカ戦利品か。
どこかしら。
feed the cat. So there's a little bit to cook in here. The time is kind of low, right? Like recording and live too. I guess you do not live indefinitely, do you? So this kind of encoding is coming to an end in here. I had fed the cat, as you might have seen, noticed, etc., right? This is encoding coming to an end. There will be the next one. When I fall asleep, I'll put on another one. So hopefully I do not lose out on encoding. Aside from it, all the regular, right? We are kind of pacing out as much as we should be in this life, so there is that much to say that there are a lot of things that are inseparate from. You do not wish this world was structured the way it is, right? But just it will be. So there's a whole bunch of food in here. There's at work milk and izum. I don't know how it's in English. Raisin, alright. Sandrone character is going to come out eventually, very soon. On short notice. Just remember, you are either in the game or you are into the war, right? In this world, and I hope after all people are into the game. So this encode, the next one is going to come to conclusion. How much memory do I have? 8 GB it says, but there is a whole recycle bin worth of stuff. 20. Alright. Alright, another recording, I guess. So I was chopping myself cucumber yesterday at midnight, and the encoding recording, I'm sorry, did not see through light. That was unfortunate because I was so into it that yesterday midnight recording was quite good, the footage, but I guess whatever, I guess, right? A lot of footage honestly has been missed out on in here due to the lag in the washroom and whatnot, but it does not really matter, none of that, right? So just remember to use time as we see fit, I guess, in this world, right? Because